Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are having a good afternoon. I am going to be self-handicapping myself today. We're going to be dropping ourselves from our purple gear, and I'm going to be running blues instead to number one, see how the gear-based matchmaking works, whether it even matters what we're wearing as far as the middle of the road goes. Is it going to put us in high lobbies, low lobbies? I'm not really sure, but I am interested to see how it works. Also, I would just want to see how strong in general blue mercenary feels in PvP. And if we can actually kill people that are running full purples. Can we overcome the gear diff with with the skill that we have? I don't know the answer to these questions, but we're going to find out today. So welcome, Chaotic. Hope you're doing all right, and everybody else is currently here. Give me 1 minute, and I should be good to go. So as far as stats go, when you're in blue, you obviously can't afford as many stats as usual. So I'm gonna go for my goal, at least if I die, whatever. I'm gonna try to go for max bulwark, and then just as much Aegis and damage as I can. If I can grab Seeker, great. If not, it might not work. It just depends on what's on the market and how expensive things are. Because I don't really feel like spending like 1,000 gold on a ring. There's no point to spend 1,000 gold for a ring on a kit that's barely worth 2k. It just makes no sense. So I'll grab Seeker if I can. If not, we'll just kind of like not worry about it. Outside of that, we're just going for defense stats, damage stats, all that fun stuff. Our gear's gonna be it's gonna be weaker than purple, but I think we can make it work. Hey Mark, welcome. Lyric started streaming. Oh really? Oh sick. Yeah, maybe we will get more players. That'd be cool. I would love to see more players on this game. I mean, yeah, by all means. Yeah, he's a big streamer, right? Let me check. I know he's big. I don't know how big he is, but I know he's big. Oh wow, he has like 19,000 viewers. That's crazy. That is insane. Sick. I wonder if it's going to affect the general player count or not. Because keep in mind, Asmongold streams Legacy, and their player count never really shot up at all, at least in the beginning. I think it peaked out around 3k. So just because a streamer streams a game that has a lot of viewers doesn't necessarily mean that the player count will go up, but maybe people will see the game and think it looks good and we'll get to see some players running. That would be the hope, at least. Yeah, I thought about running purples today, but to be honest, I've been noticing a lot of low geared players. So I kind of had two options. Either A, drop myself into like another zero to hero kind of format, or B, just pray that I actually see purple gear. But I don't know. Yesterday I saw a lot of low geared players, so I kind of want to handicap myself because I'm getting to the point where it feels kind of bad killing obviously inexperienced players that don't know what they're doing. And then not only that, but I also have better gear than them, so I just win almost by default. So maybe if I drop my gear a little bit, my fights will feel a little bit more fair. I did it 2 days ago on stream towards the end when I was playing in greens. And I had some pretty good fights, I think. So I'm not sure how blue gear is gonna feel. If I feel like blue is still too much, I might drop down the greens. Yeah, 10. I personally prefer Mistfall over Legacy as well. I know that Legacy has an update coming out in like a week, so I might try it out. But I do think that like Mistfall's gameplay resides more with me than Legacy personally. You missed some days? That's okay. Did you try Arc Raiders? I did try Arc Raiders. I played it for a few hours. It was fun. I'm not really big into shooters, but the game was fun. How's the balance? Depends on who you ask. Personally, I think the balance is closer than people care to admit, but there are a lot of people who complain about balance as well, so yeah, it honestly just depends on who you're asking. I don't think the balance is that bad, personally. I do think there are definitely things that need to be fixed. Like, for example, some classes either feel very bursty or very, or like opposite where they do no damage. So certain talent trees really could get updated and hopefully made to feel a little bit better. Mike's a little quiet. Is it? The mic's a little quiet. It's the same that it always is, as far as I know. Does anyone else feel like my mic is quiet? My mic is not any different than usual, but I mean I can change it if I need to. But it's already on like max volume without me upping the volume like through OBS things. But I haven't changed it once. So. Any jank? I mean, sure. There's definitely some jank to be found. It's not like this game is perfect or anything. The game is fun, but it's not perfect. I would be lying to you if I told you this game was good. We'll continue to play Legacy if they update. Mistfall just feels better. Well, I'm only gonna play Legacy if there's players. That's really the big thing for me. You know, if Legacy can manage to bring players back to their game, then, you know, I will play it. That's kind of where I'm at the moment. I found out with this build that counters me. Metal, are you asking me what build counters this build? Yellow Rage, stop it. Get out of here. You're nonsense. I think the hardest matchup for me is honestly probably Rogue. I fought rogues that run the Crow and Dagger Throw, drain your energy, and then if they drain you out of stamina, you'll actually just die in one shot from Shadow Wheel combo. So Rogue is probably the hardest matchup. Second matchup that's hardest is probably full parry Merc. So not Bulwark Merc, but a full parry version of Merc, I think is actually a pretty tough matchup as well. Center, I'm surprised that you don't like this game. I think it's, I don't know, I think it's pretty good. Personally. I know it's not perfect, but the game feels fun. No, Mercenary? That's crazy. What do you know? What do you know? What's up, buddy? This guy's getting kind of clapped. Uh-oh. Okay, that was good, that was good. The mob is helping me out quite a bit here. Alright, GG. That was a fun little warm-up fight. Thank you, Merc. Any other fantasy extraction games I would recommend? Right now, probably no. At least for now. This guy has a lot of double rolls on his gear. Kind of surprised. This guy was pretty decently geared. Mob helped, but I would have killed him without the mob. He was dead either way. In my humble opinion. Is he full purple? Is that full purple or is that blue? We're gonna find out in a minute. I accidentally dropped my hammer earlier, so. Yeah, I don't have my hammer on me for some reason. Blue gear, baby. Is he in purples or blues? Alright, so everyone who says that this game is just nothing but skill or gear gap, let me ask you how I just killed this guy in purples when I had blues. Navy? maybe this game actually does have more skill gap than people like to admit. Just maybe. Oh, it was a fun little fight. It was fun. Oh, I'm sorry. GG, man. Were you this rogue that I killed? I can't read your name. I don't know what it says. But GG. Yeah, I had some people telling me that you literally, like, you can't beat, like, higher gear, and I don't think it's true. That was the whole point of doing this today, because I wanted to show that you don't need just purple gear, you know, to kill other players. You truthfully don't. Okay, let's get out of here. Hey, DS, good day, good day. Reason you jump while throwing daggers? Not really. It just feels like it works better, even though I have no basis on that. Chat do I read most? I read YouTube and Twitch chat. I try to read them equally. I try my best to read them equally, at least. Finally using knives. Yeah, I've been trying to use knives more. I've learned how good they are, so I've been trying my best at least to make use of them properly. There's a buff that makes you do more damage while jumping. Do I use it? Not in this gear set, no. I'm only in blues. I don't really have enough stats to be going for the sky build thing. I know what you're talking about, but I don't have it. I'm just waiting for an exit at this point. Ladder throw knife kills from yesterday were beautiful. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I thought they were pretty sick. You know, fighting even geared fights feels way more satisfying than killing people just because I have better gear than them. Like, that blue gear mercenary fight, it felt like I just genuinely kind of outplayed him. I don't think... Because, like, we were in equal gear, so there's no... You know, there's no question of, like, did the gear matter at all? Because it really didn't. We got the same shit. So it's kind of nice to be able to have fights that feel, you know, like, fair. And I like purple versus purple, but, it does get a little old, playing in, like, purples and then just seeing low gear players that, I don't know. It just feels like it's too much for me, at least for now. I think I'll learn and get better at the game I think I will generally get better at the game by having harder fights too. I'm not gonna get better at the game by just killing people because I'm getting carried by gear. Probably not. And oh my god, that is a really good pair. Oh my lord, that is good. Oh my god. These are so good. Oh my lord. I don't even know what this is worth, but it's that's probably at least 5k. That might be more than 5k to be honest. That is worth a ton. Yeah, that's minor, yeah, little vis. Yeah, that is genuinely so freaking expensive. My god. Yeah, I'm not even exaggerating. That is insane. Okay, so I already know if I'm running blues, I need to like try to cycle through my gear. So I'm gonna relist my stuff on the auction and try to get it sold. I don't have time for it to sit here all day. I got too much shit to sell. This won't even sell for 400. Alright, if it doesn't sell this time, I'm just gonna vendor it. Practically giving some of this gear away. Somebody's bound to buy it. 5 to 10k even if you think people stop buying anything. Yeah, even if people aren't buying it, I still wouldn't let that go for anything cheaper than, like, 5, 10k. Like, that's... At that point, YOLO, I would just use it myself. Like, there's no way I would sell that for less than 10k. Or at least 5k. Like, there's no way. It's too good. It's too good to let go for anything cheaper. Yeah, I can't bring myself to do that. Show talents? I can. Just give me 1 minute and I will show you. I also think it would make good video content to show a blue geared build. To show that, you know, you don't need purples just to fight other purples, you know? It's never been the case. I mean, we're using like this is probably like a 2,000, maybe a 2 to 3,000 gold set total. And we probably just made 15k our first game. So we've already like times 5'd our gear value just from one game. From that rogue alone. So yeah, I think people underestimate how good blues can be and how cheap that you can actually build kits. Yeah, let me show talents before I forget because I'd feel bad. I'm running Resilient Body, Sharp Blade, Rising to the Challenge, Assaults, Opportunist, Blocking Edge, Stonebreaker Counter, and Feral Attack. I was experimenting with Dash for Hammer, which thanks for reminding me I need to grab a blue hammer so I can use my ability. I forgot last game. But yeah, I'm just running everything on the first page, basically all defense and sword and shield stuff. Blues with blues with decent affixes is good enough to kill anyone in the game. No, I agree with you. I agree. I've been saying it for a while now. The people that have been complaining that they can't kill people because they're in purples, I think just haven't quite gotten to the point where they understand affixes. The difference in stats, like base stats between blue and purple, is not that significant. Like, sure, it has some difference, but, like, sure, you know, a blue sword and shield has less attack damage than a purple one, but the affixes make more of a difference than the base stats. So as long as you understand how to build a kit and what stats you're looking for, you can basically kill anyone in the game. Sure, you might die to gear gap. It could happen. Sure. But you can kill anybody with blues. So. I'm also not using God's Brew because I don't want to spend 1,000 gold per game on blue gear. So I'm going to use Warblood instead because it's cheaper. And I don't mind losing out on 2 stats. I only use God's Brew for purple kits because it's just not really worth it. Well, purple's not... It's not that purple's bad. Like, if you have a purple piece of gear that at least has the affixes that you're looking for, like at least 2 out of 3, then it's just a slightly better version of blue gear. But blue is still definitely able to compete. Hey, Ironheart, welcome, welcome. If there's one thing from Mistfall Hunter I could put in the dab, what would it be? TK, probably the auto sort system for stash. Purple is unbalanced in a way if you have the ×3 stats. Yellow, I would say maybe, but you need double rolls too. So it takes quite a lot of stats to really get to the point where you're scaling purples like crazy. And I would say 98% of players do not have the kind of purple gear that is unkillable. Probably more than that. I would say probably more like 99.5. I mean, even I'm not running purples like you're talking about, and I'm probably in the upper percentage of players to how much I play this game. I mean, hell, most people don't even run purples. Like, I see way more blues and greens. Yeah, the stash management in data is one of my bigger complaints about that game for sure. I'd be pretty ecstatic if they added management to it. One of the best shows last night with you and Lich. You should do more collabs. Yeah, I'm sure we'll do some more with that. You have so many stats on Merc. Yellow, I do have a getting close to best in slot Merc kit. It's not quite complete, but I have a lot of double rolled gear sets or like pieces that I've been trying to save up. I can't finish it because the gear doesn't exist on the marketplace. But yeah, I'm working on it. You're from EU and it's sad because you can't play without lag. Yeah, I hope they add servers for you guys next patch for sure. Or like next test. Trust me, I definitely feel for you guys, because I know it's gotta suck playing on bad ping, man. I know. Actually turned that pretty well, honestly. GG, that was a really good, almost turn. Yeah, I'm dead. That was just a third party. There was really nothing to that. I probably could have killed him if I didn't get attacked. Like, the moment I finished fighting. Just an unfortunate third party. Why'd I kill you? Because you attacked me. Yeah, sad third party timing, unfortunately. Very sad. Not much I really could have done there. Okay, luckily blue gear is very cheap, so it's really not that big of a loss. I can lose blue gear all day. I mean, if it's a third party that gets me killed, I don't really feel too bad about it. I think I could have beat that guy in like an actual fair 1v1 where I'm not getting, you know, where I'm not getting screwed over like that. Would have been nice to have fought him on a fair field. Would have been nice. But oh well. But sometimes life just isn't fair. I have one extra bulwark, huh? Okay. Well, then we should swap that out. I don't really know how it happened, but this gear is actually better than our last kit. I think it's because I'm using the fighter gear that I killed. Maybe that's why. Either way, this is definitely better than the previous kit. I did kind of clap that mercenary, though. He did almost turn on me, but I feel like I did pretty well there. It's a shame I didn't get to fight that sorcerer on like a completely even ground, you know? It's unfortunate. He was pretty geared. Yeah, that sorcerer was definitely geared, but I'm telling you, if I had been able to fight him in an actual fair fight, I think I had a chance. Instead, he caught me when I had like low health, almost no stamina, and then I had to use all my horns, and it was just really, really bad for me. Hate the random mobs, and the third guy wins all the prize. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like we outplayed that Merc pretty hard, and then we got third partied, so that's pretty unfortunate. He can enjoy my my blue scraps. Strongest class sorcerer. If I'm in my full purple kit on Merc, that sorcerer has, I think I'm favored against sorcerer personally. In blue gear, I can definitely still kill him. Like, yeah, it might be harder, but I can still definitely do it. Mage jumped me when I had half health and no horns. Yeah, and I think I had low stamina too. It was just a really, really bad spot. And I tried to get him before he got his stamina back, but I didn't have it. I wasn't able to. When is it that you get a chance to get items back in mail? It feels like it's just random. I think the game has a pity system where if you die a bunch of times, it feels bad for you and gives you some gear back. Something like that. Yeah, I don't think I could die enough times in a day to lose like all of my money in blue kits. Blue kits are so cheap at this point for me. I mean, heck, that first rogue I killed will probably pay for like 5 blue kits alone. What do I focus on blue? Bulwark, Aegis, Seeker, Valor. Some like those 4 are pretty decent. How do you deal with How do you deal with Seers? Very slowly. Make sure you don't get caught by their totems. Kill them if you can. And then just try to stick on top of them during their totem cooldowns. That's probably the best way to do it. Oh, we've only died to a third party so far. We've won all of our 1v1s, so... And I would say we're on the right path. I would say we're doing good so far. I forgot a hammer. Oh, I guess we just won't have that this game. Maybe I'll find a hammer. Gonna be so lucky though. Probably. Sure, it would be nice if I had my secondary weapon. Sure, it would be nice. Yeah, this game's on Steam, Anthony, yep. Like Dark and Darker? Kinda. The gameplay is very different, but the genre is the same, if that's what you're asking. There is no playtest, like, number I could give you. It's undisclosed at the moment. I don't have an answer for you. Well, I mean, I'm fine with them leaving it up as long as they want. I'm assuming that they're using the feedback that we're giving them to improve the game in real time. So, I mean, if it's helping their development, then, you know, I'm happy for them to keep it up and keep playing. Dungeon same every time? No, there's currently 2 different maps. Also, the AI does not always spawn in the same spot, even if it's the same map. There's like some randomization for where people spawn. I'm gonna grab that bell now, so I have it for later. You're fighting a rogue. He used 3 horns. He ran away when you caught him. Yeah, Zern, that's unfortunate. Damage is fine. It's very, very similar to Dark and Darker. Like, running around in, like, decent fighter gear, you barely take any damage there either. So, I think it's fine. Most people complain about the NPCs doing too much damage because they're running around in gear that isn't even in blue. When you're in, like, grays and whites, they actually do quite a bit of damage. Hell, I ignore most of the mini-bosses on low gear because they're too obnoxious to kill. Game is gonna rise? I mean, how could I answer that? I mean, all I can say is that the game is fun. Brian, have you seen how much damage, like, the boss and the elites do? Because it's pretty high. Well, Brian, I'm not a developer, so I can't really... I'm not sure what you want me to tell you, man. Didn't realize he was in all blue. I guess I just caught him at a good time. That works. Thought the playtest was over? Nope. No, it got extended. Extended indefinitely until the devs decide to pull it. So, we're chilling. Yeah, keep in mind, Brian, even though the game feels Souls-like, at least to me and a lot of other people, it's not made from FromSoft, so, you know, if you're expecting, like, the same exact kind of gameplay as if it were made from FromSoft, it's not true. You know, this is probably the closest we're going to get to an extraction game that resembles, like, a Souls game, unless FromSoft themselves creates it. GG, sir. Does he have a hammer? He does not have a hammer secondary. That's okay. So, Brian, I will say, you have to keep in mind that the average player is, you know, isn't playing as much as I am, you know? So, even though it looks like I'm just kind of mowing through mobs, you have to keep in mind that a lot of other people probably are not, just by the nature of, you know, just because everybody's different, right? Yeah, I'll grab a hammer next round. That's why I want to leave and reset. He killed himself because he didn't use another horn, he used a skill. The moment he used that skill and drained his stamina, he was already dead, yeah. Yeah, that was basically the end of him. Moon Mongsta, are you the warrior or the merc that I fought? Like that I just fought at the end of that game? Yeah, if that was you, the moment that you drain your stamina with your final skill was when you died. It was already like too late at that point. Can you talk a little bit how I manage stamina? So it's a little bit of a juggling game. So you're trying to keep your shield up so you can gain your will stacks, but remember you don't get stamina back. You know, you don't have stamina loss from light attacking, only from using skills and the heavier moves. So it's trying to mix in attacks that give you stamina regen while not holding block for too long and stopping that regen altogether. It's a little bit of a mini game, I would say, of just trying to keep your stamina as high as possible when you're playing. Because if you run out of stamina, it's really, really bad. It's fine if it happens, you can recover, but if they punish you for it, like you're really gonna get punished. Yeah, the dev said they want to add duos, yeah. Yeah, they mentioned that. We don't know exactly when it's gonna happen, but we do know that it's on the list. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they want to add, I think gender characters are supposed to be added sometime soon as well. Do you know if we get character book customization or default? I do not. idea behind the nickname. I made it when I was very young. I made it because I played Xbox, and I used to have a name called... I used to go by Fire, so I just made it Firebox, you know, to go with Xbox, pretty much. Nothing too special. How do you drink from inventory? You can press F from your inventory to do it. Because I use the green healing for quick use during PvP. But if I get hit by a mob, I don't want to waste green healing, so I just use the white for my inventory. Because I usually get hit a few times while I'm playing. Actually, I should go for the golden chest. Did that guy just not see me or hear me? I guess he didn't hear me. Think a firebox is a legit thing in camping? Yeah, I think it's some kind of stove or something, but they obviously copied me, so. This game feels pretty Souls-like to me. I'm surprised people disagree, to be honest. I mean, I've played Dark Souls. I mean, it's probably as close as it's probably as close as you're gonna get to an Extraction Souls-like game, unless FromSoft themselves creates one. Is that guy full purple? Because I think it is. That was you, Leandrix? Gotcha, GG, man. Well, that's a pretty big come up. You have 300 ping? Yeah, I'm sure that makes it a little bit more difficult. Wouldn't you have better ping on the Korea servers at that point? Or am I mistaken on that? Is there gear score? There's supposed to be two separate lobbies, one for, like, starter gear, and then one for geared players, but it seems like it's more dependent on the total player count than anything else. So, like, if there's a lot of people queuing, it usually works better. If there's not as many people, then you usually find, like, more or less geared players. Can you get 100% block with gray? No. You have to get greens because it all comes from the bulwark affix. I mean, but realistically, green is not that expensive. You can get it fairly easily, I would say. Yeah, my goal in playing in Blue Gear today is really just to show that you don't need purples to kill other purple gear players. You know, that was really the main drive to doing this specifically. Because, like, of course I can just run my purples and whatever, but I don't know. I see a lot of people complain that they think that purple is just invincible, and it's just really not true. So I thought this was a good way to, you know, instead of just sitting here in my full purple saying, oh, you can kill me, you know, I'd rather just play in low gear myself and prove to you that you don't need it. I thought that was probably more effective than just saying it and telling you to believe me, you know. It's went a lot better today than I expected, for sure. We've already killed two, like, fully geared players. Rogue and a sorcerer, so we're off to a good start. Can you kill purples and greens? You probably can, but you have to outplay them pretty massively. The thing is, greens versus blues really aren't that expensive. I mean, so a green is going to cost you about 200 gold, and then a blue is going to cost you like 350. So, like, a blue is probably about 2 times the price of a green, but purple is, what, 4 times the price of a blue? So the price difference between blue and green is significant, whereas the price difference between green and blue is not that much. So the fact that you can wear blues, which it is not that much of a difference in price, and then beat people in purples. I'm just saying, like, you really do not need purple gear to kill purple gear players. You really don't. Technically speaking, blue is probably the most cost-efficient gear in the game. But, you know, purple is the end game goal, right? So, you know, you wear purple, and yeah, sure, you can stat check people, but it's not just stat checking. You know, there's also a lot of skill involved here. So, you know. I'll be back in a second. Hi, Lich. You're here just in time. Well, actually, no, you're kind of late, but we're doing blue gear, killing purple gear players today, so maybe you are just in time to watch some more. We've already killed a purple sorcerer and a purple rogue, and we've killed like 4 blue mercenaries. So we're off to a pretty good start today, I would say. Yeah, I think people do not understand how important affixes are. Like, people just see the color of gear and go, oh my god, he's in purples. Not realizing that, like, in blues, you can actually build very competitive sets similar to that. Well, which I decided not to run full purple today, partly because I just didn't feel like gear diffing people. I figured, you know, if I find purple gear, that's great, then I can, you know, show off that I can win against, you know, worse or better gear. And then I figured if I don't see purple, then at least I have, like, more fair fights. It's kind of, I don't know, it gets kind of boring killing ungeared players in purples. So this is probably more fun for me at this point. I make a Merc video and everyone's playing Merc now. Coincidence? Yeah, probably. Probably just a big old coincidence. Did you show off the gear you got last night? Lich, I made a kit with the, I went to the auction house and bought some pieces. I have a pretty good kit now. But I have it stored on my seer so it doesn't get mixed with my other warrior gear. But yes, I do have a kit using those legendaries. I got a bunch of double roll purples from the market before they got bought. Is that a seer? I don't think I fought a seer today. Get my will stacks real quick. Yeah, we'll just wait for that to go away. Eventually. I really gotta get that dash distance back for my hammer somehow. It would make this fight so good. It would make it so much easier. Oh, goodbye, Seer. 45-second cooldown? Yeah. I don't really think he can win that fight. This is basically the hard counter to Seer. I don't know what he's supposed to do. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything he can do to kill me. Even, like, it doesn't even, yeah, it's really, really hard for him to win that. The amount of effort it takes for him to win that is, like, really, really insane. It's probably the biggest hard counter in the game, as far as, like, low gear goes. I don't know, like, what low gear Seer is supposed to do. What do I drop for it? I don't know what I could drop for it, that's the problem. I want it, but I can't figure out how to grab it. What is high gear Seer supposed to do? I don't know. I don't know. High gear Seer seems pretty good, but I don't really have an answer for you. Lich, you're the Seer guy. You're supposed to tell me this answer. I don't really know the answer. Worst matchup for Seer is Dual Blade Rogue and Sword and Shield Merc, and that's the entirety of solos. You know, Lich, before these builds popped up, you did tell me that you thought Seer was the best class in solos. Has your opinion on this changed? Have we changed our mind on that? Because of these new builds that have popped up? Change your mind? Oh, okay. Because you told me that Seer was the best class in the game. You said, OP best class, unchallenged. Oh, how the tables have turned, huh? Stop the bullying? What do you mean? Who's bullying who? I'm not bullying anybody. You didn't expect these builds that don't work in trios to pop up in solos? Yeah, but Lich, I made it work. That's what I do. I'm the build guy. I might not be the most mechanical player, but I know how to make a build. Oh. I did jump, but I did it a little too late. Hey, Doctor, I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you like the content. I appreciate it. I can block the alien detonation. Why? Because why not? No, it's fine. It's fine. Perfectly fine. All balanced. All balanced. Oh, what's up, man? guy's gonna be really nervous when I finally catch up to him. Dude, that smoke is crazy. Why didn't he just attack? Why didn't he just fight me earlier? Why is he still running? If I was Rogue, I would just fight. I don't know how people play like this. I would get so bored doing this. That's why I play the dagger build when I play Rogue. Oh, we'll get him eventually. He's gonna run out of space, so. I thought I had a. I thought I had a. Shit, where'd he go? I don't know. Being a seer is hard. Yeah, it's thankless work for sure. I gotta figure out how to get the hammer distance skill. Like I can't fit it in my build, but I feel like I need to figure out how to. So I can kill like rogues and stuff that are running from me. Because I'm without the distance, I just don't have the same kind of reach. But I don't know what the hell I would even be able to drop for it. I need a 9th talent point. Damn, he's gonna get away. I couldn't stop him. Keys don't belong in this game, period. Keys need to just be removed from the game. Or have a ginormous cooldown. Because they break the flow of the entire game for trios. Solos too, but yeah, it's too game breaking at the moment. I don't think you're supposed to have, I don't think they want people to be able to just rush through the entire map, ignore everything, because you can insta-open doors. Like, there's a very slow open interaction speed, and feels like it's very on purpose. So the fact that you can just bypass the entire slow door mechanic with an item is kind of insane. It's pretty obvious. Like, there's no way that that's right? Costs money? I mean, the money doesn't matter. It's such a negligible amount of money that it does not matter what they cost. You pay like 500 gold for keys, and then you go and kill a player for like 10,000 gold. So, the money doesn't matter. Who cares? Like, oh no, I have to spend, you know, 500 to 1,000 gold for keys. But then you wipe the entire lobby and make tens of thousands. Like, you know, it's very easy to make up for the money that you're spending. It's very, very, very easy. Keys honestly just don't belong in this game. I stand by it. I think they should just remove them, or again, give them a cooldown that is like a one-time use thing. Just my own opinion, though. What do I know? Uh-oh. We're crashing, boys. Be right back. I could tell. My game is getting laggy. I'm glad that at least someone makes good videos about this game. You have to watch everything in subtitles. Oh, do you not speak English well, doctor? So for merchant, you can buy them for merchant, but most people just sell them on the auction house. Yeah, what the hell could I drop for for the dash distance? I can't drop body. This is 20% PDR. I can't drop that. I can't drop Rising to the Challenge because it gives me blocking and it dazes people, which is really strong. I can't block Assault because I have to be able to block and then attack while blocking because otherwise it's too easy to dodge. I don't think I can drop Sharp Blade because 90% of my damage is coming from physical sword damage. I can't block Blocking Edge or Opportunist because the entire build is based on having that fast movement speed while blocking. I can't drop Feral Attack because I need the special recovery window. Like, I actually don't think there's a single thing I can take here. Like, there's nothing I can drop, which sucks. I need a 9th talent point so I can grab Dash. Man. One day. Here we go. Rogue Bisp, boys. Get it while it's here. You just got here. What is 500 gold, but you should buy it? Okay, so we're talking about the effectiveness of keys. Right now, as a trio, you can go into lobbies with keys, and you can speedrun the entire map and kill everybody. As long as you're, geared and know what you're doing. Because this allows you to completely bypass the game's mechanics of killing mobs and having to open doors that are slow that usually the mobs would stop you from opening. If you remove the key from the game, then trios will have to actually fight the mobs as they play. And solos as well. It's a mechanic that just that kind of breaks the game because it makes it so you can just speedrun the map for PvP, which I don't think is the developer's intended mechanic. That's just my opinion. If I were me, either I would give it a really large cooldown to stop rushing the map, or I would just remove them entirely and just say, okay, this is probably, like, not an okay item to have. You have a question? Trying to play, but every time you try to make a character, your GPU spikes. Oh, I couldn't help you. Sorry. Maybe someone in chat could. You think keys could stay, but change the interaction. Don't make it a throwable. Make it so you have to have it in your inventory, but have to interact with the door. I mean, you could do that, but it's still the same difference. Even if you can't throw them, it would still allow you to speedrun the map, unless you still have an interaction time. But if the interaction time still exists, then the key isn't really useful at all. Yeah, it's basically a chasing mechanic, Sasha. It allows you to speedrun the map in a way that feels like it's not intended by the developers. Um, that's what I would do, at least, personally. Just my own opinion. So Someone asked what my gear affixes were, by the way. I'm running Bulwark, Aegis, Stoic, some Wrath, and Seeker. That's my main stats right now. I mean, rather than trying to just change the key item itself, I don't know, man. I don't think they have a cooldown mechanic in this game, though. So maybe they don't want to do cooldown. I don't know. All I know is right now, keys are kind of broken, especially for trios. It gives teams very little chance to ever get away from other players, too. Because it means that no matter how many doors you shut, they will always just be on top of you, no matter what you do. One more question. What is a sweet spot for gear if you want to fight not all gray or white dudes, but not have super geared? It seems to me like the gear is... It's more of a guidance than a definitive gear based system. So it seems like it's based on how many people are queuing and what gear score everybody's running. If the game can find similar gear players, it does it. If not, then that's when you start seeing gray gear. I don't think there's anything that you can do because it's completely based on a system that the devs have made that you can't... I don't see any way to actually change it. What is happening? He can't dodge. What was that? Sorry, buddy. Well, he really, really wanted to dodge out of that spot, but I don't know what was happening. He could not do it. Right. I don't really know. I don't know why he was stuck there. He was like I don't know if it was that he was stuck inside of me or what, but poor naked. What do you mean poor naked? He's in the same gear that I am. We're both in blues. What do you mean? Running the same gear, guys. There's no gear diff today. It's all fair fights today. Affix diff? Okay, well now you guys are just being ridiculous. Y'all are just capping now. Y'all are ridiculous. Dodge diff? You mean because he got stuck? Well, there was a little bit of a dodge diff there. I don't know how he got stuck there, but he was definitely panic dodging. Trying really, really hard to get out of that spot. Gonna have to catch him in the zone. If I were him, where would I go into zone? Probably over here. I'd do it. Yeah, I freaking do it. Oh. Oh. I'm actually so upset. That last knife like went. Oh, what happened? Oh, get over here. Come back! Come here. Come back. Alright, he's up. Oh, he really, really tried. He really tried. Okay. Dude, I swear to God, that last knife went through him on that ladder. Like, my YouTube guides really help you understand the game. I appreciate that, Mercenary top. Is there a guide on how to make the build I'm running? There is a guide on how to make the build I'm running. Type in !guide, and that's how you make this build. Wait, is my Moobot command up, or did I mess up? Oh, I did mess up. Or maybe it's !build. Try build instead of guide. Did I win? I am winning. Thank you. I am winning. For now, at least. Yeah, that guide, I am in purples, but it gives you the same exact, like, idea of what you're trying to build for as far as affixes and talents go. So, just take that video and just wear, you know, if you don't have purples, just wear lesser gear. It's the same difference. What can I say about archers? I'm not sure what you're asking, Yoga. How good are they? Like the class? The old throwing knife trick. It always gets people, I tell you. Throwing knives are so good at this game. If you're not using them, you should probably start. You can almost guarantee that somebody's going to dodge away from you after getting hit twice. So, it's almost a guaranteed knife hit. If, or a regular hit if you're not exhausted. Yeah, even greens, I think, can work. As long as you're stacking the right efforts. Okay. But yeah, at this point, I've done a lot of geared content on my channel. You know, like purple gear and all that other stuff, but... I don't know. I thought it was about time for me to make content that wasn't just me running around, like, super geared. We'll see how that goes. I think blue gear is probably achievable by most of the player base after, like, you learn how to play, because it's pretty cheap. I think, like, pretty much everybody could do this if they wanted. With enough, you know, time. Tips to fight Sorcerer on Merc. I just hold block, and then when I have an opportunity to close the gap, I use shield dash, and then try to just keep on top of them as much as possible. If they use their ice crystal, make sure you're blocking so you don't just take a bunch of damage. And if they freeze you, just take the stamina loss, because you can't sit there, otherwise you'll just take too much damage. Alright, that's probably lobby. The one class you're struggling with, them jumping around is insane damage. Yeah, Sorcerer, like, you just need to try not to get bursted down. If you can make them waste their stamina and then catch them off guard, you can do some pretty serious work. Also, with the shield dash ability, if they attack me at the same time, they'll get dazed, which can create some decent damage. Stonebreaker Slash can also perfectly block range damage, not just melee, which not everybody might know. So, you know, like, if a seer attacks you, you can Stonebreaker Slash and perfect parry their range attack. To my understanding, same as Sorcerer. Nobody's buying my purples. I feel like I'm putting them up pretty cheap too, but they're not selling. 300 gold, I might as well just vendor them. Alright, these are getting vendored. That's, like, at that point, what's the point? They're not even bad. They're good pants. Oh, they're seer. It's because it's... I thought it was sorcerer. That makes sense. No one plays seer. Okay. That makes more sense. Y'all just... Yeah, seers don't really buy gear. I don't know if seers even exist. So. Seer gear is worthless? Yeah, unless it's Gigabyss that you're buying or someone. I just know that it's going to sit there basically forever. It does feel like greens and blues sell more than no one really buys purples. It's a little strange. I don't really... I think everybody's broke, I guess. I don't really know. It's hard for me to say. Thoughts on trios? Trio is okay. I think solo is more fun than trio, personally. It's not that trios is bad. It's just, it's kind of chaotic. I kind of prefer the, less chaotic nature of lower teams. I wouldn't mind playing duos, though. Duos would be fun. Top 1% have 50% of the wealth. Okay, how about we ask this? How many of you guys have 100,000 gold or more? Is there anyone here who has 100,000 gold or higher? Maybe Lich? Although Lich wasted all his money on Sorcerer, so. Alright, we'll change it, because I don't think anyone has 100k. How many people have at least 25k? How many people have 25,000 gold? Because that seems at least somewhat achievable. You have 60. Yeah, I know Lich had 100k, yeah, until you started playing Sorcerer and played that meme build. You're sitting here waiting patiently for Xbox beta? Yeah. I am glad that this game is going to be on Xbox. It'll be the first non-first-person shooter extraction game, as far as I know, that'll be on console, which is pretty cool. Hopefully that adds, you know, hopefully that makes the player base grow more. You spent 80k on an arena kit? There's no... What do you mean arena kit? There is no arena in this game. Yeah, what arena are you playing? I'm hoping they put the game on Xbox Game Pass. I think that would be pretty huge, personally. This game also feels like it would work pretty well on a controller, too. Like, this gameplay would just... I don't know, it would just work so well on controller. Sometimes games feel like it's just a lot better to play on mouse and keyboard, but this is definitely not one of those games. I personally will always play on mouse and keyboard at this point, because I'm used to it now, but I was a big console player for, I mean, over a decade, so... I mean, I don't think the player count is really an issue for a beta. I don't really know. I don't really think there's any point in hyper fixating on beta count numbers. As far as I know, the devs are pretty happy with what the player count was like for the launch of this game. You would never play Dark Souls on mouse and keyboard? Yeah, Souls feels like a game that I would really want to play controller, but I've never tried it on mouse and keyboard, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, it's literally just it's an open beta for the it's like a second test beta. I don't know why we're hyper fixating on numbers for a beta. That, I don't know. This seems weird to me. Like, it's not like the game is out in early access. I mean, the game literally is not even out yet. And as far as I know, the devs are pretty happy with the player count so far. So I don't really understand. Lyric played today, was doing well with spin to win hammer. Oh, that's actually really funny. I haven't seen almost any warriors use that spin hammer. Only play Souls on mouse and keyboard, but you have 15k on Souls. You have 15,000 hours on Souls. That's way more than me. I probably have, I'd say I probably have like 500 hours on Souls game. Something like that. Oh, I thought you was dead. There are dozens of you that like Whirlwind? Gotcha, okay. Derek thought he was going against bots. He got bored of the PvP quick. I mean, it sounds like he just didn't play long enough to fight against better players. Because the only time you'll ever see bots are in the very low gear lobbies when you just start playing a new, like when you just start playing. The bots go away very quickly once you start getting geared up. I mean, yeah, it sounds like he just didn't play long enough to get to the point where he's fighting equally geared, skilled players. I mean, of course you're gonna get bored if you're fighting noobs or fighting like the low level stuff they have, right? I'm not that surprised with that. Yeah, everything's been good, Durwood. No, I don't think I need trios today. I'm doing blue gear today. I'm gonna make a video on low gear PvP. Since people seem to think that you can only kill purples with purple, so you know, I'm here to show that you can actually make blue work as well. That's kind of the point of today. Good 800 hours in the first month of Elden Ring when you reviewed it on Steam. That is a lot of hours played in 1 month. Holy god. So being that you're here, Grindcore, I'm assuming that means that this game, you know, satisfies the PvP enough. Because obviously it's not exactly the same as Dark Souls, but, you know, for an extraction like, I think it's doing pretty well. It's about to be the craziest third party you've ever seen in your life, man. Well, that's one way to third party. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh man. Oh, he is not happy about that one. Oh, it has Aegis and Seeker on it too? Oh, that's so gross. I actually feel kind of bad for that one. That is... That's what happened to... That's basically what happened with Lich yesterday. Almost to a T. Yeah. Yeah, I feel a little bad for that one. I'm gonna grab my blue gear and drop my heals too. I actually, oh, I feel bad for that one. He had like... Oh boy. Oh my god. Uh-oh. That, honestly, what's funny is the throwing knife might have killed him if I didn't miss. What is his stats looking like? Yeah, he's running the full bulwark build too. Okay, so here's the thing. My goal today is to run blue gear. So I'm not gonna use this. But it's only because I want to keep running blues for the sake of making a video. But this gear he has is very, very good. Just putting it out there. So, yeah. He is fuming? He's probably as fuming as I was yesterday. Yeah, I mean that, yeah, no, I feel a little bad. But, you know. But, you know. Sometimes it just, sometimes it be like that, you know? Sometimes it just... How could I couldn't resist? It was full purple. I'm in blues. I'm at a gear disadvantage. I need every advantage I can get, okay? I need every advantage I can get on him. Oh man. Why am I in blues? Because I want to make a video on blue gear mercenary to show that blue gear can compete with purples. Which I definitely think I've showed pretty well today so far. Not Not the mercenary we just third partied, but the other purple gear players we killed. Clearly shows that this is you don't need full purples to play the game. That was the goal of today, so that's why I'm not gonna wear his purples. Alright. Guys, at this point, if Lich really did snipe, then he would have probably just told me. I really don't think he sniped me at this point. I don't even know how this is still a conversation, to be honest. I mean, at this point, even if he told me he sniped me and apologized, I would just forgive him. So I know for a fact he didn't do it. Otherwise, why else would he not just tell me? Like, I don't know. I'm surprised that I still see people bring it up. You feel like that last kill was a great example of anyone can come up quick? I mean, I could have been in Grays and killed that fighter. I mean, that was... It doesn't matter what my gear was. That fighter would have died. Oh, you're trolling Lich? Okay. Well, I do... Believe it or not, I do still get messages about Lich, so I can never be sure. Got it. Okay. Got it. Makes sense. Nathan, there's two different matchmaking queues. One is ungeared players and one is geared players, but it's not a definitive queue. It's based on, like, the players that are currently queuing. Because it tries to just fill lobbies, depending on, like, how much they can fill. That's my best guess of how the matchmaking currently works. Aegis and Elusive isn't bad. It's going really good today. Yeah, I've only died once, and it was to a third party when I had, like, no health and no horns. Everything, like, outside of that, we've been chilling. Won all our fights. Not that we can't die again today. I would say we're doing pretty well. We've also now killed 3 purple players and a bunch of blues. Game better than DB. I would say this game 100% is probably going to be better than DB. Even if DB never died, this game is probably better. What can I not block? I think I can block everything. It's more of a stamina thing than a damage thing. Because every time I get hit, I lose stamina. Not worth looting mobs or chests. As a new player, yes. Once you get to the point that I'm at, you run out of storage space. The mobs don't have loot that's worth my time anymore. But that's only because I've played for so long. So it's not that they're not worth it, it's just they're not worth it for me. So you can block barbed arrow, but the effect still happens. Yeah, that's true. You can't block fire bombs. That's true. Crows also will still drain your energy even if you don't take damage. So you don't really want to block crows either. You can't block the rupture arrow either from ranger. You'll block the damage, but you won't block the effect, which is, you know, the bigger part of it. How do you perfect block? You have to block with the talent at the exact point that they're attacking you. It's a timing thing. Think of it like a perfect block in Dark Souls. GG. Yeah, his dodge didn't really... Oh, so it's a... Okay, so I want to bring up a little combat tip. So when you're hitting other players that know what they're doing, remember, after you hit them twice, they get a free dodge. So when you... So hit twice, and instead of doing the third attack, like this slash here, just stop attacking after the second attack, let them dodge, and then keep pursuing them. That's the best way to fight other warriors, and really just players in general. It's good practice habit of not attacking after the second hit, because all good players are going to use their free dodge. But having a purple, nothing happened to it. I just wanted to run low gear today to prove that it's, you know, viable. That's all. I still have all the purples. Yeah, I stole a full purple warrior kit last match, but I'm not wearing it because I want to keep running blues. I mean, just because I can die to a mirror matchup against purples versus blue, that doesn't make blues not viable. I've already killed plenty of purple players today. Release legendary gear? I would assume, yeah, they'll probably have legendary gear. It would probably be a mistake if they only had purple gear for the entire game duration. I feel like that's not really enough. So, yeah, I would hope so. Although I hope it's farmable in solos and not just trio. It feels kind of shitty that you can only get legendaries in trios. Like, if I want a boss on hard mode in solo, just let me do it, you know? It's also not impossible for a blue warrior to kill a purple warrior, but you definitely have a big advantage. But that's kind of, you know, the point of gear, right? It's supposed to give you an advantage, but not give you, like, a guaranteed definitive. As long as you're playing well, I think it's kind of okay. Shit, where'd he go? I don't know where he went. I killed an insanely geared purple rogue earlier, Hoba. He had like a 10,000 gold set of dual swords that I have on the market right now. And if they don't sell for 10k, I'll just use them myself because they're literally this. So they have 3 double rolls of all good stats. A good blue warrior, I think, can basically kill anybody if they play well. How will they balance that, considering one-shots and burst style? Well, that's more of a dev thing than me. I don't really know, Christian. Yeah, I think people are too hyper fixated on the color of gear. It's a thing that happens in Dark and Darker, and it happened in early Dungeonborn, where people just saw high color rarity and went, okay, well, that gear must obviously be better. But I just don't think that's necessarily true. Like, yeah, of course the purple is better if you have good rolls and whatever, but you can make blue work very, very, very well. Like, you don't have to have purples to kill people. Even blue rogue is strong. You just have to know what you're doing and how to build like your kit properly. Yeah, the players that say that they can't kill other people because they only see purple gear, it's just not really true. It's technically true, but it's not the game's fault completely. It's just, you know, it takes a while to get used to the combat. Like, I'm still learning combat, right? And like, I don't play perfectly, you know. Like, a big part of it is just learning curve of how to play the game and like what you're doing, right? You know, if you truly want to get better at the game, you know, the way to do that is not by just, you know, putting your hands up in the air and going, oh, well, I can't kill him because he's in purples, you know. You just have to, you know, learn how to build your kit and learn like what you did wrong in your fights, and eventually you'll get to the point where you can beat them regardless of what you're wearing. Well, I can agree with that. Gray gear should never be fighting purples. I've said that before. Gray gear specifically should never fight anything above like green, in my opinion. There is a big difference between gray that has no affixes and then going into like greens and blues. So I can agree with that. Gray gear is basically a free kill for purple. The only way you're ever killing a purple gear as a gray gear player is if you third party them when they have 0 HP. That is the only way you're ever killing them. That's it. So we can agree on that. I don't think gray gear players should ever be in those lobbies. Yeah, I will never defend that. That would just be silly. The reason I specifically talked about blue gear versus purple is because of the cost difference. I mentioned it earlier. So if you go to greens, like a green piece of armor, or like let's use this as an example. So a green weapon costs about 300 gold, 150 to 300. A blue weapon costs 350. So the difference in price between green and blue is very similar. But then you look at purple and realize that purple gear is like 4 times the cost, 3 to 4 times the cost of blue. So the amount of price gap between blue and purple is very significant. Is that right? Yeah. But between green and blue, it's actually not that much. So in my opinion, if you can take a fairly cheap piece of gear, which is blues, and you're able to kill what is the expensive gear in the game, I think the game is actually doing pretty well. You know? I think the game balance is way closer than people give it credit for. I think people just die and don't want to accept that it's partly their own fault for dying because, you know, we're all learning. You know, even I make mistakes a lot, you know. Sometimes you die to gear. It's not that it's not that you can't die to gear or that gear doesn't make a difference. It's just cheap blues suck. No, not if you're grabbing the right affixes. I can build, I think my first blue warrior kit that I had was like 2 or 3k total. You don't need double roll blues to play the game. You can 100% use single roll blues and still kill purples. I did it in the beginning of stream. You don't need double rolled. The only reason I have double rolled now is because I killed a double roll warrior for them. I didn't buy these. I killed someone for it with my single roll gear. So, you know, just saying. Level 1 purple versus level 15 gray. Probably the level 1 purple. Levels make a really big difference, but gray gear is like just bad because it has no affixes. Yeah, if you're a player here in chat right now who is guilty of being one of those players that have blamed nothing but gear diff for their dying in dungeon, I will gladly teach you anything that you want to know to help you become a better player and learn how to punch up, you know, and fight higher gear players, you know. Just say the word and I'll just ask me any question and I'll teach you. Because I promise it's possible. No block. It's not even just warrior, Lich. I do it on rogue too. Also, let's not act like I haven't played every class in this game. I've played every single class to 15, and I've done, you know, pretty good PvP with all of them. So let's not pretend like I only play warrior or something. Let's not just lie or something. All right. Situation or keys good? When you need to get through somewhere very fast and you don't have time to kill the mob. They're just here only playing one class in the entire game and then pretending like, yeah, I don't know about that one. But no. Honestly, part of why I got so much better at this game is because I played every class. So I kind of understand the pros and cons of every class now. I wasn't even gonna play Mercenary. I was content playing Rogue because I think Rogue is really strong. But everyone kept asking for a Mercenary guide. So I started playing the class. And then I created this build on my own because no one else was running it. Not even freaking Kessun was running a bulwark build like this. So, you know. Sorry you don't like my build that I made, but it's not really my problem. I'm just using the game's tools at my disposal. Make fun of Lich for playing Sort but losing all his money. I would, but I think didn't Lich play the Stardust magic tree, like the one that no one plays? I can't really make fun of him for playing that tree because that tree sucks. They did it 4 months ago? Well, I wasn't here for that. We got this purple rogue running. He doesn't want it. Yeah, that dual sword tech is crazy. It's very, very hard to catch up to him. This is where having the hammer dash range would be really helpful. But I don't know what I would drop for it. Yeah, if I had the hammer dash, he probably would have died earlier. Also, ain't no way anybody actually feels bad for Rogue. That class is insane. Rogue is absolutely cracked. Ain't no way anybody actually feels bad for a freaking Rogue. Okay, simply no feasible way that anybody is serious. This is not Valent Morty gameplay. What are you talking about? You don't feel bad for Rogue? You should have said my Merc. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm confused. I mean, rogues have been able to just open up and insta-kill people for so long. People have been complaining about rogues since launch, and all of a sudden we're feeling bad for rogues. Yeah, I don't know about that one, too. No way. Is that rogue leaving the match from against me? Oh, it's a sorcerer. You know what I might do? I might see how much damage I gain from the sword and shield using that sword and shield perk, and if it's not enough damage, I might grab the I have to see how much damage it is though, because if it's too much, then I can't really do it. We don't know the playtest length yet. It's just it's an indefinite amount. Yes, you realize that Rogue can also hit me while blocking. He just has to hit me in the back or the side where it's not, like, where the radius isn't blocking. It only blocks the front. It doesn't block everything. That's why when he goes invisible, I put myself in a corner. So that way he can't hit my back. I mean, if they ended the test, then you wouldn't be here watching gameplay, so I don't know. The block isn't infinite, guys. You lose stamina every time you block. So you become exhausted if you block for too long. There is a mechanic for it. I just don't know if it's enough or not. No way, he just stole the bow and is now running from me. Oh my god. He's gone. Not even if he doesn't even want to fight the third party. Yeah, not. Okay. He's gone. Oh. That was fucking hilarious. Oh boy. So much for gear gap. Oh man, oh man. You can't open a chest, is it bugged? I've never noticed that, but I guess it could be a bug. Alright, it's time to test how much damage I'm losing if I drop this. I mean, that rogue is used to just insta-killing people from invis. So the moment he has any oppression at all, he just runs away and cowers. It makes sense. So it's a 158 damage hit. Alright, now we need to see what the damage is like with the perk. So 158 versus 170. How much damage is that? Total. 158 to 170, so it's 12 more damage. Is that 10%? So it's like 10% damage. That's... about 8%. So it's like 3... Yeah, so it's basically 3 Valor points, right? It's basically what it is having 3 extra Valor for free, pretty much. Alright, what do you guys think? If you were going to choose between dropping Sharkblade for 8% damage or basically 3 Valor points, or having Hammer Dash, which is a really good gap closer for killing people that are, like, running. I'm kind of leaning towards the dash now. I don't know if the 7.5% damage is enough compared to the dash. Like, yeah, we'll lose some damage, but I think Hammer Dash might be better. Well, we did test it. I just tested the damage, right? Now I'm kind of leaning towards it now. Honestly, if I had this, I might have killed that purple rogue. Whoa. I would never drop the 20% PDR. I would never, ever, ever drop Resilient Body. That would be ridiculous. Resilient Body is insane. That's better. This is just straight better than Sharp Blade. Would you rather have 20% PDR or 7% attack damage? It's pretty obvious, I think, which one is better. Very obvious which one is the better one. I dropped some knowledge and vanished into the abyss. Do you know what the chapter 5 quest treasure hunter means? I haven't even looked at the quest in so long. I think it's bugged, because otherwise I think it would be done by now. It's probably just not working. That'd be my guess. Resilient body and steel skull are the only defense talents you need. I don't have space for steel skull. Yeah, I am like min-maxed like crazy. I don't think there's anything I could block here that wouldn't just make my build significantly worse. I think the movement speed while like surely the movement speed while blocking is, you know, too good not to have, because people will kite away from you. You kind of need that speed, I think. You want to perfect parry me on sorcerer? I mean, I guess it would be kind of funny, but it's only blue, so I guess I'll just accept it. It would be comical. I would it would be pretty funny. You know, if I care that much about the damage, then I would just drop some Aegis and grab Valor instead, and it would be basically the same thing. But I think Aegis is so strong, like getting that extra 4% resistance on top of my stats is probably better. So I think we just accept that we have less damage and just move on. I think this is fine. Yeah, I'm good with this. I'm willing to accept the damage reduction if it means that I have a better chase on players. That seems good to me. Yep, mobility is king. Always king. Every game I ever play. Movement speed is always so good. Yeah, I'm definitely glad to see that people like to watch content from me that isn't just Dark and Darker, because playing only one game forever gets very boring. Like, you know, I respect people that do it. You know, if you're a dad creator and that's all you like to play, then, you know, I'm glad for you, but I can't do it. It is not anywhere near entertaining enough to play like that for me anymore. Yeah, the blues are a self-challenge. It's nothing more. I have plenty of money in purples. It's not a money issue. It's just a challenge for me. That's good to hear, Total. I'm glad you like the streams, man. I am planning to probably try Legacy out. Just out of curiosity of what they've been working on for the last like 4 months, 3 months. I'm going in with a very uh standoffish point of view of not expecting much. And then if it's not, you know, if it doesn't draw in enough players or whatever, we'll just kind of move on. I am gonna probably try it though. You're here for Mistfall content because you don't like Dad? Oh, that works too, Zern. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I've been playing Dad for like 3 years, so that's like where that's where a majority of my viewer base comes from. What's the best character? Well, if you ask anybody, they're probably gonna tell you Mercenary. I don't know if it's actually Mercenary, but this is a really good class to play right now. Have I not played the test? What test are we talking about? You mean the old Mistfall Hunter test? I played it like once or twice, but it had only trio, so I stopped. Oh, the Legacy test. I played Legacy on launch a few months ago. I played it for like a month. I have not done any of the Legacy tests, no. There's a test going on, I believe, for the content, but I'm not entirely sure how that's gonna work. I know it releases on the 14th. I don't know if they're gonna do anything else. You Google Mistfall Merc guide and found me because it's the first guide I did. Yeah, my guide has changed a lot, Zern, since my first video. Honestly, even though it's only a week old, my first Merc guide is already outdated as hell. A lot of it has changed quite a lot. That's why I made an updated guide the other day. Or yesterday, whenever I released it. I've heard that Mage is broken on Korea servers because people are using macros to attack faster than you're supposed to. My new guide formats are good. Yeah, that's good to hear. I changed it a little bit from the beginning. I didn't used to talk about affixes at all. I kind of swapped a little bit and wanted to talk about more in-depth stuff, so I think it works out pretty well. Yep. Intro, skill, talents, affix, gameplay. It seems like a decent formula. It's very similar to my dad formula, Zern. Yeah, I've been doing similar style content like that for years. At this point. Of course, Korea did it. Of course. I know. Of course. Well, this stream right here is gonna be so I can make a Merc video on how to play without purples. Lich gave up on the kill board. Oh, did he? I didn't even realize. I don't do the kill board because I play too many classes. Personally. Go for that chest. How to make money in Grays? Now, Grey Gear sucks. Grey Gear is actually terrible in this game. I would never recommend playing in Grays. Unless you have to or something. It's not that you can't make money in Grey, it's just that it's not good for PvP at all. Yeah, you can just rot down there, Rogue. Good luck. Oh my god. Uh, not much I can really chase until he gets bored. You know, eventually he's gonna get bored. Eventually. Same, I think it's the same rogue from last game, yeah. Because the last rogue was super skittish too. Probably. My money's on yes. I shouldn't have jumped down here. The rogue is above me too now. I should not have jumped down here. Yeah, this sounds like a fair truce here to get out of the. this is a me and Ranger thing at this point. I mean, this seems like a perfectly. Oh my god! Oh my god! What? Oh my god! That's a. Alright, I'm not gonna team with this guy for long. I'm gonna have to fight him in a second, but. And I'm not gonna team with him, but I just didn't want to die at the bottom. Yeah, we're gonna have to fight him here, because I'm not gonna team, but... Okay. I'm gonna just let him fight. I'm gonna kill him in a minute. Nah, if you chase me, I'm killing you. Yeah, I'm just gonna kill you. Our temporary alliance has ended, sir. This game is ridiculous. I don't know what to do. These mobs. Oh. can't see anything. I hate fighting in this stupid fog. I think we just reset this game. That might be dead, unfortunately. I hate fighting in the fog, man. This sucks so bad. I'm so sad that missed. Fuck me. Damn it. I'm dead. I'm so sad that missed. I'm not gonna do. That was just such a shitty spot. I was getting converged on by like 3 people. Then I was stuck under. Oh, that sucks so bad. Oh, Lord. Tragic. Hammerman wins. Well, the zone wins. I think it was more like the zone wins. That's the first hammer guy I've ever had to fight. I think I learned how to fight it, by the way. You can parry his hammer really easy or dodge out of it. I didn't know how to do. I didn't know how to fight it before that fight. Now I know how to fight it, so I shouldn't lose to it again. But the storm actually hurt me more than it hurt him, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you don't see hammers very often, but I think I know how to fight it now, so. But we'll fight it better next time, hopefully. Hopefully, at least. Wait, I have no bulwark? How's that possible? How do I have no bulwark stats on this gear? Okay. Let me fix that, I guess. I only need 1 more. Can I grab it on the gloves? Nope. I think this is just bad. I think we just don't use this. Iron Helmet isn't as good as Bulwark, so I think I might just vendor that. Okay. I think we're pretty much good now. Yeah, I got put into like an impossible spot there. I was fighting the first rogue, then the ranger came over, then the third rogue came over, then the rogue ran for me for 3 minutes, then the ranger came back, then we both fell down we both were at the bottom of that, you only get out with the ladder. And then the other rogue came back over and camped the ladder. And then a warrior comes over out of nowhere That shit was crazy. That was so freaking crazy, dude. What a freaking fight. That was pretty fun. I don't like that I died, but it was fun. So. There's no way that warrior is getting my gear, by the way. There's no way. I doubt it. He probably had to leave. So my gear is probably lost to the abyss forever. Probably. Yeah, so in the future, I think I need to either just dodge the hammer or perfect parry it, because it's not that hard to do. So that's probably the play. I haven't really had to fight a hammer merc before, so it was kind of a new experience for me. You don't fight that very often. Oh, I got more Valor on this kit. That's kind of nice. Although not as much Aegis, but oh well, is what it is. Do one game with the legendaries. But let's... I'm trying to get content for my video. Oh, hammer. Thanks. Appreciate it. Almost. Lich, the answer, though, is probably absurdly tanky. I imagine it would be very, very hard to die in that gear. Nope. There we go. Might be dead, boys. Oh, I don't have my E's now. My E was gone. Or my... Wait, why was my E on cooldown? I actually could have recovered that. I could have recovered that. I don't know what happened there. So I went to swap to hammer and dash forward, and it was just default on cooldown. Did I get knocked out? Did anyone notice? What happened there? Like, why did I not have my ability? It just didn't work. So, like, at some point, did I use it by accident? I don't know how it disappeared. I don't know. I don't know why my hammer dash just disappeared out of thin air. If I have the dash, like, that fight's actually not over. He got so much damage on me for no reason there. The hell was that? I don't know. I didn't notice it getting used. That's really sucky. I have no idea. I really don't know how I lost that. Unlucky, I guess. And it's very unfortunate. Because I really did not notice in-game ever losing that. Crazy thing is, I actually came back from that. If I didn't use my E, because I thought he was going to try to finish me, he just ran. If I didn't use that ability, I probably would have won, but also I don't know why, I don't know why my thing didn't work. I have no idea. Makes me very sad that I don't know. This makes me sad. I don't know why that happened. I'm glad it happened in a less good kit than a better kit, I guess, but shit still sucks. I don't know. Just unfortunate. Affix it. Well, 100% block only requires bulwark. That's all you need. Damn, I cannot believe. I don't know, I guess. I don't know if it was a misplay. You know, if instead of using my E, if I had predicted he was going to dodge away, I could have used throwing knives and probably killed him too. But I really thought he was going to attack me. That's why I used my, my Stonebreaker Slash. But then I got screwed by the, my hammer, like, ability being on cooldown for some reason. So, yeah, I don't know. Very, very sad. Because I think I actually could have won that. Yeah, that was one of those, like, gear diff fights where I'm at a super big disadvantage, but I almost came on top from it. Almost. Oh, that was you, Stunbot? GG, man. Yeah, unfortunately, when you started the drink, I was sitting there spamming my hammer, dash, and nothing happened. I didn't realize at some point in the fight, it went on cooldown. So I guess I got something, like some kind of animation cancel happened. So I'm not exactly sure, but, yeah, that was what ended up ultimately losing me to fight, because you ended up getting a lot of hits on me with the hammer while I was sitting there just trying to dash into you, and it just never worked. It was very, very unfortunate for me there. Did I not grab a hammer? Oh. I always forget the hammer. Thanks. One of these days I'll actually remember it. Although it got me killed last game, so... Hey, Sylar, thank you for the tier 2 membership sub. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, Stunbot, I was saying if instead of using my Stonebreaker Slash and trying to swap the hammer, if I just pulled out my throwing knives, I think I would have killed you. Because I thought you were going to attack me, but you didn't. So, I mispredicted what you were going to do. If I had thought you were going to dash away from me, if I had been more health, I would have figured you would have dashed away, and I might have killed you. But I was super low, so I predicted that you were going to try to get, like, the final hit, because I was basically one tap. And if you did, if you attacked me instead of dashing, you would have died. But I took the wrong gamble. Gambled, yeah, I gambled the wrong way, fortunately. That's okay, it was a good fight. I made a little bit of a misplay there myself, so. Not sure if I can really expect to win that after misplaying like that. I do wonder if I would have beat you in my purples. But we really have no way of knowing that unless we did the fight. It never happened. Not like that, at least. Definitely closer than I expected, because I feel like I was getting whooped on. I also think my first Stonebreaker slash got interrupted too. I think I went to use it, and then I'm pretty sure it went on cooldown, and then I got stunned out of it. You should watch back to see what staggered me during dash. I probably should. I don't know why. I just don't know exactly where my hammer went on cooldown. That's what ultimately screwed me the most. Because if that had worked, I might have been able to stop him from healing and would have done a bunch of damage. There's a bug where if you swap weapons and use a skill too fast, it puts it on cooldown without using it. Oh, it's a bug. Okay. I was not aware of that one. Well, that makes me feel less bad about dying, because there's no way I could have predicted that a bug would have happened like that. I mean, how could I predict that? I guess I don't feel as bad. Because I did do a lot of weapon swapping there. Trying to make that work. Oh well, it's fine. It was a close fight. Oh yeah, exactly. That's what the playtest is for. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. As long as the devs fix it, I really don't care. I can't believe that missed. Oh, that's so annoying. I had that rogue too. That frickin' ranger. Damn it. I had him too. Okay. I don't know where the, I'm not sure where the rogue died. I gotta go find his body. I was pretty sure he had full control. Or at least a lot of purple. Oh, that is double seeker on it. Yes, the ranger did kill the rogue. Well, I had the rogue dead until the ranger came over. So the rogue was like, rogue should have died anyway. Rogue only survived a little bit because the ranger ended up hitting me and I couldn't chase. But the ranger realized the rogue was so low that I think he targeted me instead. Made sense. I mean, full purple rogue, it's pretty clear why he targeted him instead of me. At least at first. And then he tried to scoop up the loot before I got over there, but I was too fast. The beta was gonna end, but not anymore. It won't end until, I don't know, whenever the devs decide to do it. strong against Merc. People won't believe me, I guess, but I hate fighting rogues on Merc. Because if rogues have the stamina drain abilities and then they exhaust you, they'll actually kill you in one combo with wheelhouse kick. If you get caught with no energy, you're just dead against rogue. They also have very good escape tools. They have smoke bomb and they have swords that infinitely run away from you. Rogue has to be one of the most obnoxious fights. Sorcerer also, if you run out of stamina, they'll like 100 to 0 you as well. Oh, I can't shield dash that. Yeah, I know they'll confirm a week in advance, so I'm assuming that it's going to be up for a little while. For a playtest, this game's player numbers really aren't that bad. People seem very hyper-fixated on player numbers, but I don't know, for a beta, I think they're doing pretty well. Yeah, there's nothing more annoying than fighting a rogue that's running, like, the stamina drain, and then tries to fight me when I have no energy, because I actually just... That's usually the way that I end up losing to rogues, is because they drain me. But rogues, a lot of rogues aren't doing it, so... Well, that's a nice little come up. You got some purples. Like a half a purple kit. Take it. Got 2 fights against Rangers today. Looks like it's impossible to without weapon swap. Max, are you playing Mercenary or something else? I think this game is more balanced than people give it credit for. The balance is definitely not perfect. That would be silly to say, but it's not that bad. I mean, I've played every class in the game at this point, and every class at least felt decent to me. Granted, the meta does constantly change, so keep that in mind. How many kills do I average per game? These are my stats. So, on average, let's see, I escape 81% of my games. I've played 90 games with 114 kills. So, on average, at least 1 kill per game. Something like that. I would say those are decent stats. Good enough for me. Also, keep in mind, Merc was my first class. So, a lot of my stats are when I was learning how to play the game a week ago. I think if I played it right now to start, it would be better. But yeah, I think those are pretty respectable. Can't complain. I'm not really much of a hyper-fixation on stats guy. Like, I don't really care too much. And they're there if you want to look at them. Oh, my talents? I'm running Resilient Body, Rising to the Challenge, Assaults, Stonebreaker Counter, Feral Attack, Blocking Edge, Opportunist, and Dash. I dropped Sharp Blade because I wanted the mobility for Hammer Dash. Which may or may not be a mistake, I haven't decided yet. More of experimenting. Every game, I create a build and then create a counter. Yeah, I do that in Dark and Darker and DV. I did. Yeah, that's what I do. Your escape rate is you suck. I'm sorry. Watch the Legacy dev stream? Uh, Probably not. Maybe I'll watch a recording of it. Also, guys, if you are enjoying the stream, from the YouTube side, if you want to like the video, appreciate it. Helps the VOD, so thanks in advance. I used to be a big hyperfixation on stats kind of guy. I used to care about leaderboards and personal stats. Because years ago, I'm talking like a decade ago, like even, because remember, I've been doing YouTube for a long time. Most of my videos are privated, but I do have videos from almost 10 years ago at this point, or at least 7. And I used to be under the impression that the best way to grow streams and videos was, you know, becoming like a #1 leaderboard kind of player. And I don't remember exactly when, but my mentality changed because I felt like it wasn't really reasonable to achieve, you know. I didn't want to beat myself over trying to like just top leaderboard, so I decided to just play the game and just play how I want to play. I tried to block that, but I guess I missed. I am definitely gonna... I'll probably play the Legacy update. As long as there's players playing it. You know, if the season launches and it barely has any people, then I'll play it for like a day and move on. But if there's enough players to warrant making content for it, yeah, I'll play it. Does Feral Attack make All-Star Burger cost more? Only the recovery costs more, I believe. Pretty sure that's how that works. Also, I'm just gonna say, playing games on stream versus off stream is a lot harder to do. You know, when I play off stream, I die way less than on stream. I mean, I would love for this game to grow, you know? I mean, it should be pretty obvious, you know? I can't make content for a dead game. That's why I had to stop making content for Legacy. You know, I would love nothing more for them for this game to pick off, you know? Well, it's not just the attention being split, it's also snipers. I get sniped way more than people think I do. I can tell because of how my offline games go compared to online games how much I get sniped. It's a lot. You know, it turns out having people seeing in real time exactly what I'm doing, turns out that's pretty hard for a PvP game. Who would have thought? Arc Raiders is fun, but I'm just not really into shooters very much. Snipers are creating content? Well, sometimes. Sometimes it's bad snipers that like ruin the flow of the game. I don't have any keys. I forgot them. Is he stuck? Is he stuck in here? Oh. We can just... Alright, new bug, guys. The rock throw is so funny to me. I don't know why, but just throwing an abnormally large rock at somebody to kill them is so funny. Maybe it's just me, I don't know. Whoa, that's a good ring. Oh my god, look at this guy's gear. He's got like all double rolls. Holy hell. Bro's kind of juice for blue. Not sure if it's really worth taking though, because selling ranger gear is really, really hard to do. So, I think I'm just gonna drop it and take the berries instead. The dungeon can have his gear. How to deal with Sierra's Merc? Bulwark block is probably the best way to do it. I gotta restart my game after this, by the way. I'm noticing a little bit of lag. Just die. God, man. Trying to fight the bell with other mobs is so... Okay, GG. Yeah, sometimes when the mobs kind of, when they group together and you're trying to fight multiple, they actually get kind of annoying. They can. You know, the hammer charge right-click goes further than hammer dash with talent? Yeah, but the hammer charge, they can run away and close too much distance away before, from what I've seen at least. Having the instant E, I think, is better from what I've seen than having the left click charge, or the, you know what I mean. I think it's better at least, from my little bit of experience. It's the amount of time that it takes to work is the bigger problem. Although it would be interesting to take Relentless Advance so that I can move during the Assault Hammer. Well, base 50 block is basically nothing. Because you're losing stamina too. You would just never want to block ever. Blocking doesn't even feel good until you get to like 85% or higher. Because you're losing stamina every time you block. And losing stamina is really bad. That would probably just kill any blocking entirely. If you did that, I'm pretty sure. Probably, at least. You know, that's an interesting little thought. What if I take off the dash? Grab the move while, like, move with Assault Hammer? That could be interesting. And then we don't even take Hammer Dash. We take, I don't think we take anything, actually. We can just keep Hammer Dash on. But... So that, let's see, how much stamina does the E cost? It's more stamina, but honestly, that's a real, the fact that I can move during this too, that's actually probably better than the, yeah, I'm gonna start using that instead. I'm glad someone mentioned that. That's probably better. I'm wondering if I even need, I'm wondering if I even need this or not. Well, the thing is, by default, Assault Hammer has super armor, which is really, really good. Because it means you won't just get, like, randomly hit and lose your skill, which is kind of nice. In order to have it with the other ability, you require, like, basically 2 perks. We can try it. See how it feels. This is the time for experimenting anyway, right? I mean, might as well. The stealth talent does not make heartbeat go away. The heartbeat is always a thing. So I don't think the stealth talent really does anything worthwhile, I would say. I wouldn't use it at least. Yeah, I think it's just completely useless. I think it makes your footsteps harder to hear. But what good does that do when you already have a heartbeat function that basically tells people exactly where you are? Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced that hammer dash is the right play either, but it's worth trying. It could work. I think with the recent balance patch, Rangers are probably the weakest class for PvP at the moment. They were really strong, but once their abilities got nerfed, it changed quite a bit. I think Mage is still strongest. Strongest? Probably not. Still strong? Yes. I think this game is more balanced than people give it credit for. Personally. Just based on my own experience of playing every class. GG. I don't know how I missed that initial setup, but whatever. Cool blue 2, even fight. How much gold should you sell a green Seeker 2 ring for? I don't know. Maybe probably whatever a green can physically sell for. Whatever the cap is. Is Shield Dash now better skill versus Slam? Is Slam the one where you go into the air? Because yes, Shield Dash is better. Yeah, if you only saw my first Mercenary video, things have changed quite a bit since then. Can you block the main boss attacks? Yes, you can, but just keep in mind it does drain stamina. Also, because Sword and Shield is pretty low on damage, it takes a while to kill boss, unless you're parrying it. And I'm not using the, like, the normal parry. I only have parry for, my Stonebreaker Slash, so it's not, like, a super fast kill like it would be if I was running, like, full parry. This game's quite a bit better than Dungeonborn, I would say. There's some similarities, but I would say it's better. Pretty obviously by the fact the game is dead. You did boss with blue hammer, Merc? Yeah, maybe for boss I could use the hammer instead of the sword and shield. Maybe. Better? I mean, I think so. Like Legacy? I liked it at first, but the game kind of died off, so I stopped, I stopped playing it a while ago at this point. You know, that move really does feel bad. I don't know if I can actually hit people with that. Yeah, that move might just be too slow. Because, like, the ability it has is just, like, really freaking slow. Yeah, I think that's the last time I ever used that ability. That's actually really, really freaking bad. Like, that's, like, really, really bad. Might actually die, from that. Yeah, I'm never gonna use that hammer ability again. That's actually really, really bad. That ability actually sucks ass. It's so bad. I will never use that again. Holy shit, that's terrible. Alright, well, that is, like, that's actually so bad. Okay, we're never using that again. That's getting hung up forever. Alright. That was so bad. Like, 3 times I used it, and he just runs straight past you and does nothing. It's so bad. Holy hell, man. Yeah, I'm glad I tried that with a bad kit and not a good kit. I will never ever use that again. That was that was so bad. Oh my god. I had no idea. I didn't know. I didn't know quite. I just didn't know. I thought it would be a little bit better than that. Yeah, everything's shared, Stash. Dude, that's crazy. I just had no idea. I feel dumb for even trying to use that thing. Oh, at least we know for next time now. Not even worth it. I would just buy the purple at that point. Wait, there's only one pair of blue pants on the market? Like, period? That's the only pair? I mean, okay, I guess. I guess I'm being price gouged. I would never buy that otherwise, but there's no other one available, so we kind of have to buy that. Dude, I just can't believe how bad that ability is. I had no idea. I feel like so dumb for even using it now. The cheapest blue boots are 900 gold. What? Why? Okay, I guess we're buying a green pair because I'm not paying 900 gold for a blue. That's absurd. There is like no situation where that's ever worth it. Mikhail, Legacy has no players. It doesn't matter how much I like it or not. The game is like literally dead until like I don't know. The game at the moment is dead. I mean, it's gonna take a lot to come back. Like, sure, if the game comes back, then yeah. But right now, it's not even worth, you know. It's like, there's not much to even talk about until something changes with the game, you know? Yeah, I feel really, really dumb for trying to use Hammer Dash. I never really used it before, but I didn't realize, like, just how inconsistent it was at, like, hitting players. I guess that's why Hammer Dash is used instead of, Assault Hammer. Kind of makes sense. Alright, well, hopefully that's the last time we, die because of that. I haven't played Dungeon Board in at least 6 months. No gear means either there's not enough players or everybody's playing Merc because of me. I don't know. I don't know why there's so many freaking Mercs. Or why there's... I don't know where all the blue gear is, man. All I'm gonna say is at the start of the stream, there was plenty of it, and now it's all gone. Because I was even doing price comparisons at the start of the stream about blue gear being good. I really hate losing a kit from something stupid like that, but... Lesson learned, I suppose. You know, I would argue that's probably a sign that Assault Hammer should be reworked. I don't really know. Am I over exaggerating? Because like I've used what is it even called? Hammer Dash quite a lot, and it's pretty consistent. I don't know. I feel like I charged right at him multiple times and it just did nothing. I really don't think I'm exaggerating on how bad that is. If anyone else can make it work, please tell me what I'm doing wrong. Good close range. Yeah, but if they see you charging it, they're just gonna run away. If a player's even remotely good at the game, they're gonna see you charging and then back away from you, and then as soon as you start moving towards them, they'll just dodge out of the way. I think the reason Hammer Dash is so much better is part of why you use Shield Dash, the instantaneous attack. It's because giving your opponent time to react to it is just, it's really, really bad. If it's not an instant move, they'll just easily dodge and it'll do nothing. And it's not even just that you do nothing, it's that you do nothing and you're sitting there doing nothing for like 4 seconds or something. Because you have to wait for the ability to stop working. I mean, because this is all, like, I can't move for that entire duration. And that's a lot of time for somebody to start moving away or attacking me or anything like that. You know? Yeah, maybe it's okay in PvE. Maybe against mobs it's fine. But I can't imagine that ever being good against players. Well, sweep is way better. Like the sweep gives it, not only is it instantaneous, but the fact that it moves in like a more arc pattern gives you a lot more room to hit somebody that's trying to dodge out of your way. So it's a little bit of both. Is boss doable in green? Like the main boss or elites? Elites? Yeah. Boss, I wouldn't bother because it'll just take too long. I wouldn't fight boss without at least blues, I think. I'm just glad that I'm glad that I found it out now, because if I make like a blue Merc video, I'll just specifically mention not to use it for PvP. Because I know some people will probably ask, and now I have an answer to give instead of just saying I don't know. You don't wanna block the red. The red does a lot of damage. Or not damage, it'll drain your energy a lot. And you can't perfect parry it either. You just always want to dodge the red attack. Can you even block the red? Now that I think about it, I'm not even sure if you can block it at all. You can't perfect parry it for sure, and I'm pretty sure the blocking just doesn't work, period. That's probably right. Oh, are they teaming? I mean, this seems like teaming. Are they teaming? Oh, they're okay. They're not teaming. They're not teaming. It was just very funny timing. Never mind. I take back everything I said. Yeah, I take it back. I'm just being like, I'm actually just getting gangbanged here. Alright, well, I guess I should have just ran. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do there. I guess I should have just ran away, but the ranger, I mean, the rogue came after me, so I kind of had to, like, fight him. I don't really know what to say there. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Crows are insane. Do people not realize how good crows are? It's like, it's one of the best abilities in the entire game. It'll drain, like, 80% of your stamina in, like, less than 2 seconds if you stay in it, and it does a bunch of damage, too. But I also got hit by the Mercenary a lot. I just got sandwiched between 2 players. That was more of a getting sandwiched diff than anything else. Yeah, I mean, I was in between 2 different players at the same time. The rogue made me attack him. I didn't have a choice. I mean, he charged me, so I don't think there's anything I really could have done there. Like, I think that was just an unfortunate spot for me. Kind of unlucky, but what are you gonna do? I'm not spending 5 million gold on boots. I'll just buy these. I don't know what the hell's going on with these prices, but y'all gotta calm down. Y'all are being savages right now. Where's all the gear? The rogue and the Merc are teaming? It looked like they were fighting, but I don't know. I think they were fighting at least. Oh, they were actually teaming? You're spectating them right now? Oh. Oh, sick. Oh, okay. Nice. Alright. I should have stayed and spectated for longer. Clammy, you should report them you should report them. Because the devs do ban for teaming. If you see them doing boss, you should definitely take, like, screenshots or whatever. Because I have the, you have the stream footage, but if you show that, yeah, you should definitely report them. I didn't know they were teaming. That makes a lot, I guess that's fine. Yeah, because it looked like they were fighting, and then all of a sudden, they stopped. Yeah. Yeah, I would just do it then. That's fine. That makes me feel less bad about dying. A little less bad, at least. I wish I could look for double rolls on rings with some kind of, like, search function. Yeah, kind of unfortunate we ran into teamers. Kind of unfortunate. At least I mean, at least it wasn't a purple kit I lost. At least it was just a blue kit, but yeah, it still sucks that we found teamers. Unfortunate. Wait, were they fake fighting each other? Oh. So they're probably from stream, Clammy. They have level 5 bulwark? Really? Oh. Shit. Oh well. I can't really fix it now, can I? I can't redo the ale. I mean, this is the only way to fix it, because you're right. That's going to be really annoying to play with. Alright, we'll just, I'm going to just throw a kit away, because, or I'm going to just throw the ale away, because I can't change it, so. Whatever. I didn't realize I didn't have 6. There's no other way to cancel a line, so I have to do it this way. Just go a naked, leave real quick, and we'll rekit. You know, it makes a lot more sense now that I think about it. Because the Merc ran out of stamina, and then the Rogue just didn't do anything to punish him. The Rogue probably could have killed the Merc when he ran out of stamina. So that actually makes sense. Yeah, I'd rather lose some ale than lose a kit because I don't have the right gear. Kind of stupid you have to do it this way. Like, I don't know why, I don't know what the point is of not just letting you change the line, but whatever, I guess. Okay. Now we're good. Now we can play the game. God, you know how scummy it is to fake team? Like, to pretend like you're fighting and then and like blatantly team. That is like that is so stupid. Yeah, that's crazy, man. People are such scumbags. Hey, Mudrat, I'm doing good, man. Got teamed on, unfortunately, so we lost a 1v2, but honestly, I was beating him. I was kind of destroying that purple rogue, and then his Merc buddy came over and killed me. So not much I could really do there. Chinese farmers? I mean, probably. Same shit in Dad, right? Probably. The country that won't be named. Something like that. There should be a report function in-game. I don't really know why there's not. But hopefully they add it. Do they really only get banned for 1 day? What's even the point of banning them, then? That's the punishment for teaming? A day ban? Okay, now that's like basically useless. That's true. I mean, the punishments aren't weak, they're just non-existent. Who cares about getting banned for a day? Might be dead, boys. Oh, that's a good combo. Holy shit. Oh. Okay. Okay, well. Don't run out of stamina against the rogue. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. Rogue's weak, by the way. Rogue's weak. FYI. Holy shit, that was insane. 100 to 0. Yep, 100 to 0. Well, I have to sit there and wait for the, I have to sit there and wait for the invis to go away. I don't have a choice. There's nothing else I can do, you know? Yeah, I have to wait for that to go away. There's nothing else I can do there. Let's see, so we died to using probably the worst skill in the game, which is Assault Hammer. Then we got teamed on, and then we got 100 to 0 by a rogue. That's tough. That's tough. Tough luck. That invis lasts for a really long time, doesn't it? Like a really, really, really long time. Sure feels like it, at least. I was waiting for it to finish, and it just never did. I was like, oh, surely it'll be almost gone, and then it just never actually disappeared. They buffed the invis? I'm not really sure. Not that I'm aware of, but maybe. I don't know. Well, the problem is, I missed my E timing, and that just got me killed completely. I should have used my Q instead of my E. That was probably the misplay. Probably, at least. Can I please just buy a pair of boots that don't cost 5 trillion gold, please? Purple boots might just be cheaper at this point. They're not, but it's close. How are there no boots for sale, guys? What is happening? How are there 0 pairs of boots that I can buy? How is this even possible? Where are all the boots? What is this shit? Who did this? How are there 0 boots? You bought them all? I bought, like, none of them. I mean, okay, I guess we're paying 700 gold for boots that aren't even good. They're actually just trash, but I guess that's the price now. I guess. Yeah, I freaking guess. Oh my god, that's so gross. That is, like, actually so gross. Alright, I'm gonna start bringing eyes again for these rogues. There's too many, it's like 50% rogue lobby, so I'm gonna start bringing eyes instead of the fire pots to try to, like, keep them away from me. Oh wow, these went up in price too, huh? I guess people realized how good they are. They used to be like 20 gold. funny. Bulwark's not. Oh, I don't have jewelry. I was gonna say, why are my stats so low? Never mind. Never mind. We're fine. Well, I would be fine if I had any bulwark rings. Okay. Well, the big misplay there was using the E instead of the Q. I used the wrong skill. If I dash into him, that fight's actually way different. But I wasted way too much stamina, and then that mob also aggroed me and drained even more stamina and put me in a really bad spot. So, it was a little bit of a misplay on my part as well. Uh, Triceratops, I'm not really sure if that is ever even remotely true here, buddy. I don't know about that. Yeah, we had a little rough set of games, man. Died because of hammer dash, then teamers. Then a misplay on our part, getting us chain comboed from 100 to 0 by Rogue. That stuff. Yeah, I think I just need to always carry eyes on me as an anti-rogue mechanic. I think they're too common not to use them. It might be to the point where I should just start keeping blue Merc. I usually don't take blues because they just usually aren't worth selling, but blue Merc here might actually be required. I know if I see boots, I'm gonna just take them. Or is he gonna start running around in bare feet? I'm about to just buy a pair of whites. I'm about to just buy white boots. I don't even think blue boots are worth 700 unless they have like double roll. They're like never worth buying for that price. Good old reliable. Someone back here. That guy is probably a new ranger. Yeah, he wasted too much stamina too quick. There has to be somebody here. Because there was a bell, and now I don't hear a bell anymore. How's PvP? In general, the PvP is fun. There's definitely some bursty, maybe unintendedly strong mechanics in this game, but in general, I think it's fun. Now that said, even though these last few games were kind of rough, I would say today is still going extremely well. If we were just looking at just straight profit we've made, it's quite a lot. I think we've made it out with at least 3 full purple kits, I believe, if I can remember correctly. Actually, I think it was 4 purple kits. It might have been 4 or 5. Not even 3. Yeah, I think so. Rogue counters block Merc. I've been saying for a while that if you play stamina drain Rogue, it actually does kill block Merc pretty well. I've been saying this and no one's believed me for some reason, even though I play Rogue as well. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't expect to find a ranger and a warrior. I thought he was just a ranger out of stamina from the bell for some reason. I don't think those guys ever killed each other. Oh, they're just fighting again. I don't know how this happened, but we have the scenic view. Third party and third partier, I guess. I mean, I showed myself earlier, so they know I exist. I didn't know they were fighting before, though. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my word. Well, it's gotta be gone. Turret's gotta be gone eventually. Game is crazy, dude. Hey, thank you for the sub, Valentine. Oh. Oh my freaking god, dude. This is ridiculous. That's all skill diff, baby. That's all skill diff. That's all skill, baby. Purple versus blue. Are you serious? Fuck off, Bell. Yep, that is all skill. GG. He is supposed to win that. I'm in blues, he's in purples, and it's a mirror matchup. He should win that every single time. Don't forget boots. I grabbed the boots. Did I miss more boots or something? Oh, did I miss more blue boots? I might have. I was trying to be fast because of the zone. I might have missed them. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I didn't realize I missed blue boots. It's unfortunate. Zodion. It's because it's a seer. Seer's specialty is basically keeping away from people because they have so many totems that kind of keep you at bay. Like, you're watching a matchup that just naturally looks like that just because of the way the game currently is. That was probably one of the most... That was a crazy fight. Is that good enough for an intro to Blue Gear Merc for a video? Cause I think that because everyone kept telling me that you can't beat a purple Merc as blue. At least some people did, which I don't think is true. If you can outskill them, you can actually just beat them. So yeah, maybe that's a good intro for that. Did I use a single Springhorn in that fight, by the way? Because it wasn't a healing diff, right? Because I don't think I used any horns. Because I only had one, and I don't think I ever used it. As far as I can remember, at least. Don't make too much use. 100% block is getting nerfed soon. I don't think I beat him because of the block. I think he just got outplayed. He used a horn once. I don't think I ever used a horn, though. If that's the case, that's even more crazy. Shield base blocks 70%. Why am I in blues? Because I want to make a video showcasing blue geared PvP against purple gear players and also just other blue gear players to just kind of show, you know, that blue gear is actually pretty good in this game. That's all. And I think I've already proven my point with how good we've had. I think we've had a lot of good games today that kind of proves that at this point. Because I saw a lot of people claiming that this game is just nothing but gear diff, and I just don't think that's true. I think there's a lot of skill involved that people are not giving credit for. So I thought it was a good idea, at least. That's why I'm not wearing his gear. Green versus purple? We'll see. It is a lot harder if I did that. I think blue is like blue is a little more reasonable. I could probably do purple, but I would have to really outskill them. Do you think hammer is helping? The hammer is here primarily for chase. I also, you might not have seen quite a few kills with hammer with the rock throw. The rock throw is surprisingly good. Yeah, I almost feel bad for that Merc. He got he got kind of worked. That was pretty crazy. That was a very good fight for me. I was wondering what PvP fight I would show for this video that I'm gonna make, and I think that's probably the best one I can think of. I don't think I could get a better PvP example fight than that. It's like peak. Buy out the music while playing? No, because I'm too sweaty and want to hear. I need to be able to hear the I never listen to music while playing. Games that don't require such hyper focus to sound, sometimes I'll listen to music. But but not these kinds of games. You can use OBS to make music for a stream without me hearing it. I mean, I don't know if people, like, I don't think the majority of people want to just listen to music while I play. I would think at least. I know I would as a viewer, but maybe I'm a minority. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like it would just be weird to have music going while playing. Get over here. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Oh my god, he got away? Ah. Damn it. How'd he get away from me? Damn it. Where did he go? There's nowhere to go. Look up? Bro, he's not in the freaking sky. It's an elevator. Huh? Yeah, it's an elevator. There's an elevator here. If there's supposed to be, there's not, so I don't know. I don't know where he went. I swear that guy just disappeared off the face of the earth. Bro used his admin cheat to disappear. Yeah, I don't know where his ass went, man. Dude, I swear to God, I don't know what he did. He already used his invisibility, and then there was no heartbeat sound. Like, he just disappeared. I don't know. I've never seen that before. Felt weird to me, at least. What mobile? I don't know what you're asking. This is a PC game. I don't. No, there's no. You can't play this on mobile. That's what you're asking. Oh shit, red attack. Maybe you saw a similar game in the App Store, but not this game. Latest Sorcerer video? What about Sorcerer? I haven't made a Sorcerer video since the balance patch happened. Then that is the last one you watched. Want to make sure it was up to date. Yeah, I personally have not played Sorcerer in a little while. What is this what is this lag? Bro, what? I feel so cheated right now. Like, what just happened? The game just, like... What is that? He dies there if my game isn't, like, super freaking weird. I blame the game at this point. I don't know what's going on with this guy, but... I don't know what the hell just happened against him, but my game, like, there was no actions on my screen. I don't know what just happened there. That was very, very, very strange. I don't really know what to say. I've never seen that before that I can remember. I probably would have killed him earlier if not for that little, like, weird whatever the hell that was. How long in the beta? We don't know. There is no time set for it. As long as the devs want to keep it open, pretty much. Desync? Yeah, something like that. It just caught me off guard. I think I would have been able to finish him off there if I hadn't had that happen. Guardian Shield counters Hammer if you know what you're doing. The last time I died, it was because I never fought him before. Now that I know how to fight them, you actually just, like, parry, counter, and they die. Just a by the way, since earlier, some people were telling me that they think Hammer actually counters this. It doesn't. Not if you play correctly. The last Hammer guy, I never even, like, saw the Hammer attack, so I didn't know how to play against it. Now that I do, I should be killing them, usually. Unless I make a misplay. It's probably my fault if I die, I would say. Yeah, I don't want the Ranger here. I want the Warrior here. Huh, boots! Wonderful. Alright, GG. How would I compare this to Dad? The best way to compare this game is to look at it compared to playtest 2 of Dark and Darker, because that's about where it is in terms of development cycle. If you compare this strictly to playtest 2, it's doing really, really well. Like, if they continue the game development at the same rate over the next few months, few years, I could see this game being a serious contender to that game. But it's definitely going to take some work. Like, it's not perfect. It needs work, but, you know, that's about how I view it. How would I improve the game? I mean, we could make a list. I have, like, some things in my mind that would make the game just better than it is right now. If you want, like, an example, like, what would I add right now to just make the game feel better? What would I do? We've talked about it before, but I'd have to think about it. List, you got some DV PTSD. Well, there's a big difference between the list that we made in Dungeonborn and a list that you make for a beta. Because that's not even remotely the same thing. That's completely different. One part is talking about a beta that is currently being actively worked on. The other one was a list for DB because the game was literally dying and the devs weren't doing anything. There is a big difference between those two things. Okay? Huge difference. Not even remotely the same. Okay? Okay. There's definitely some lag. That's one of the big things that I would, if I was gonna make a list, that would be right there on number 1. And that they need to fix the, like the general network. I don't know if it's the optimization or what, but it needs to be fixed. There's too much lag that ends up happening in game. Dark and Darker used to have the same issue. If you remember back on Goblin Caves, probably like a year and a half ago, you couldn't play a game of Goblin Caves without lagging like crazy. And that issue is kind of present here, not to the same degree, but similar. So just, I don't know. Yeah, there's definitely some lag optimization issues for sure. Yep, the crashing too. Yep, sometimes you crash, which is pretty obnoxious as well. Little stuff like that adds up. Hey, Servidor. Welcome. Good to see you. Make a video with my ideas. Well, if I was gonna make a video for ideas, I would probably make a list. I would probably go over ideas with you guys on stream first, because I think ideas have more merit if I'm not the only person who has them, because I'm just some guy that plays the game, you know? Just read, everybody is real, except for very low level lobbies where you have, like, grays. There are some, like, gray bots, but everybody, once you get into some gear, is real. You'll never find geared bots. Yeah, the only bots you'll ever find are, like, in naked lobbies, I guess, that make new players feel better for killing them, pretty much. Also, this game has a very large skill gap, larger than I think people care to mention. I mean, I feel like I've shown pretty well today that, like, blue gear absolutely can skill gap purples, which was, like, the entire point of today, but I think that's, like, I really feel like that's been proven pretty well, I think, at least. Yeah, I would argue that this game probably has more skill cap than Dad, from my, at least from my experience that I've seen. Because I don't know, Dark and Darker feels very, very stat checky because of the new stats that they've added. I'm not really sure. Like, I don't know if you can reasonably, like, outskill, like, a druid who just has you outgeared. I think druid will just always kill you. I don't know how, I just don't know how you're supposed to ever kill druids in that game that have better gear than you. Unless you just get absurdly lucky. And it feels more like luck than skill at that point, which kind of sucks. I see a few comments here or there saying that this game looks imbalanced and whatever. Part of it is probably because people don't know about the special recovery dodge. People say that it's all stun lock gameplay, which just, quite frankly, isn't true. Because the special recovery adds a level of combat to help separate yourself. Unless you run out of stamina, which is what happened to me earlier, and that sucks. That's probably the worst thing, is when you, like, run out of stamina, then just see yourself just get obliterated. Um, but I don't know. I think this game is pretty decently skill based. I can tell pretty heavily when a player is new versus a player that knows what they're doing. I didn't realize how many freaking pieces of warrior gear I have, by the way. Been stockpiling. I had no idea. More than I thought. I'm gonna reset my game, by the way, because of the that weird, like, desync I had earlier during that ranger fight. Dark and Darker has, like, I can objectively say after playing Dad for so long, there are classes you can play in that game that make the game feel almost like easy mode. You know, you can basically just go and pick, you're right, just go pick, like, Barb, and you can just beat people for the sake of having the right class and build. I think this game feels a little bit more like you have to actually know what you're doing. Because Barb is just, you know, W, Q, E, mouse 1, and that's basically the entire gameplay. Because there's not, it's like, Barb is very one-dimensional. Obviously, you can play Barb at a higher level, as you can see by certain players like Skinny Pete, you know, he's obviously better than a lot of other barbs. But the floor is actually pretty high. It's pretty easy to get good with a class like Barbarian. Just some thoughts. Classes, you have Rogue, Warrior, Ranger, Sorcerer, which is like a wizard, and then Seer, that's kind of like, if you play Dungeonborn, it's like a mixture of Priest and Cryo. That's probably the best way to describe Seer. It's not really like Cleric, it's a little different. When playtest ends, does progress carry? No, 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 it's definitely getting wiped. There's no way anything will carry from this playtest. This game will probably operate in seasons, where stuff wipes between seasons. I'd be shocked if it didn't, so yeah. I mean, it's probably gonna operate on like the Dark and Darker formula, where you have like seasons wipes every like few months. I'm having a hard time deciding if having the hammer dash distance is worth losing damage on my sword and shield. I don't know if I've gotten enough use out of the hammer dash to make it useful or not. Wish it was releasing sooner than December 31st. Well, we don't know the date that it's releasing yet. The devs haven't even given a date. By the way, you see how good those eyes are against rogues? It makes them so visible. Kind of a shame he didn't come and keep fighting me though. I actually made another mistake in using my Stormbreaker slash too quick. I need to stop doing that against rogues. just gonna kill this. Let's get it out of the way. Well, it definitely might come out soon. We don't really don't know yet. I just hope it doesn't come out too early. I can't chase him up there. I can't chase up ladders. I would if I thought it was safe, but can't do it. What everyone's starting with? Probably Rogue or Mercenary. I think it's called, like, what is it, Shadow Strix or whatever the hell it's called in this game. I don't know. Shadow Strix. Wait, this Rogue is leaving against me? That's crazy. He's just leaving. Wow. Little scaredy cat. That's crazy. He's even got me out geared too. I was never gonna leave him alone. I was gonna chase him the whole game, so he either leaves or... GG, sir. That was a good fight. You're gonna try this game just because I make it look fun? Alright, just Reds. Well, hopefully you have fun with it. Just know it's obviously not a perfect game or anything like that. You know? It's fun, like I enjoy it, but you know, it's I wouldn't call it like the perfect game. I think Mercenary 1v1s are one of the most fun matchups in this game, by the way. It feels very, very, very skill-based, and I think that's why I like it so much. I don't think a bad Merc is generally winning against a better Merc unless they just... I don't know. Unless you make a mistake or something. Because the fight, like, has a lot of resets. So it's... I don't know. It just feels very skillful. I like it. By the way, guys, I am going to be leaving here in a little bit. I'm going to be heading out for a bit. So I might just be off, like, for the night, and then when I get home, I'm probably going to work on that video for tomorrow. Yeah, maybe, like the Blue Mercenary video. Oh, you are so... had to rush in here before he left. I was that's why I took so much damage. Ugh. Damn it. I tried really, really hard to get in here, but oh, it's so sad. If I go in here with like full energy, I'd probably just kill him the way he's playing. But I had to go in there kind of low. Thought he was just gonna leave. I was trying to stop him. Yeah, we're just gonna look for a just kill the game. Once you finish the interaction with the bell, you cannot be killed. Yeah. When you play this, like there's something missing. Yeah, endgame content is missing. Like, it's not that hard to get purple gear in this game. Like, there's no chase in solos at all. Even in trios, there's not much chase because there's only legendary, like, amulets and necklaces that don't really do that much compared to what everything else already does. Like, Dark and Darker has artifact weapons, right? This game has nothing similar to give you any kind of drive. Like, it's really just, it's very limited in terms of content. But you can definitely, like, it's a problem you can address. But yeah, like in solos, there's just no chase factor whatsoever in terms of gear. You know, once you get the purples, like, you're basically already at endgame. Which, considering how quick you can get there, is something that definitely needs to be addressed. You know. Well, Legacy's just unfun with how bad gear is. I don't think that makes the game better. This game having more limited gear would not make it better. That's not what I'm saying for Chase. One of Legacy's biggest problems is that gear is way too rare and it makes the game just unfun to play. Because who wants to grind for 80 hours to get like 2 purples? I'm not even exaggerating. It took me 80 hours, I think, to find my first 2 purples. So I'm just saying, like, Legacy is a whole different problem, really. Like, the solution is not just to make gear super hard to get. That's not how you resolve an endgame issue, right? There are ways to resolve it outside of just making the game an unfun grind. Okay, I didn't say just to add another tier of gear. I never said that. I compared it to artifacts, which have special abilities on them as a chase factor. Just adding an extra rarity of gear and then just throwing stats on them doesn't really give a chase factor. Like, Dark and Darker has artifacts. Dungeonborn had legendaries because the legendaries had effects on them. This game doesn't really have anything to chase for. Like, the solo boss only drops purples. There's nothing special that I can get from boss that makes you want to kill him, because I have infinite purples and infinite money, basically, at this point. There's no reason for me to ever kill boss, basically. But it's very easy for them to add endgame stuff. It's not like, it's not game ruining for a beta test. But when the game comes out, if they don't have any kind of, like, endgame or any longevity for a season, the player base will plummet very fast because people will run out of stuff to do. And that will be a problem if that happens. Well, it depends on when the game comes out. So this is the second playtest. If the game was to just come out like next month, then all of a sudden it is a problem. Because the endgame should really be at least somewhat resolved by the time it releases for full release. For playtests, it's fine. You know, if you're talking like a week or two, or even a month, however long the playtest lasts, that's perfectly okay. But, you know, once the game is out for a full, like, 4 months for a season, you're going to run out of content very quick, and your player base is going to plummet if there's nothing to do, right? So, even if it's not technically a problem right this very second, it will be a problem when the game releases. I'm not really giving an answer of how to fix it. I'm just saying that I do think it's a problem. You know, that's all. All right, guys, it's been fun. I had a pretty good time playing in blues today. Tomorrow, Wednesday, I'll probably be on tomorrow. I will probably just go back to playing purples, unless I just feel like giving myself more of a challenge for some reason. I will see what I feel like doing. Thank y'all for stopping by. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. If you're on YouTube, you don't mind liking the video before you go. I'd appreciate it. Helps the VOD, so thanks in advance. If you're on Twitch, don't forget to drop a follow. We'll be live again soon. Hopefully you enjoyed the Blue Gear PvP today. And again, I'll work on that video. Maybe it'll be out for tomorrow. I'll just, you know, you'll see. Either it'll be out tomorrow or the next day, whichever one. So, see you guys soon. Thank you for watching.